deposit right there. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going on?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run it.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer. These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it. We were concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand, John.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
We were concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
So what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. And the next video, man. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please. Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please. And Mr. Officer, you can put the right. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We got almost to the ground, bare ground.
And as far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that area, what, if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what, if anything, else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were there?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you're in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
Okay, and how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them there?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lane placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to the residence?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen?
I did.
Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, sort of what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure. It's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed the at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes.
Okay, what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, at this time, I seek to publish a portion of Exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
You've done that 2-1 at the bottom. Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
All right, hurry up.
Nancy.
She doesn't look happy.
Yeah, she's taking it out on the lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're still in session.
Oh.
Oh.
So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something? Do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue is that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen. It's
dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer. So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, for the court, please.
What do you guys think of the leaf blower thing that they used?
You know, that really just kills a lot of the conspiracy cult theories right there, because that's something they would scream about. How did the blood get to the top of the snow? It didn't, you know. And if the Canton police were video documenting their search efforts, now I'm wondering if the state police did as well.
Jen?
And how about the crime scene tape? That other side yelling forever. There was never any crime scene tape. That, you know, the falsehoods in this case literally snowballed. I guess there's a pun intended. It would start with someone saying it, someone that had no idea what they were talking about. and then everybody else just repeated it. I always saw no crime scene tape, and I just didn't address it because I never really knew whether there was or wasn't. But obviously there should have been, and there was. I'm just so glad that some of these falsehoods are being exposed.
I heard from people in the neighborhood, and Kate would have heard from a lot more because she was on the ground, the first one on the ground doing this kind of work, but that they kept trying to put up the tape during the day at various times, and
Right.
it just kept blowing down. They just
Yeah.
couldn't get it up, but it's during a blizzard, so there was just no way. But well, not blown away, but to me, it was very impressive seeing just how much blood sprayed there. I don't see how that could ever be created by carrying a body out and dropping it there, even if it's still clinging
Right.
to life.
Yeah, that was not a good not a good moment for Karen Reed. I mean,
No.
and this is what I was saying last week when people were starting to, with Katie, Katie McLaughlin, everything. We haven't even gotten to the forensics. Yeah,
I
the
know.
hard physical evidence. And that cocktail glass is quite damning.
It's very
Jen-
damning. How would you enter, or why would a person enter with the cocktail glass, again, that they would have taken with them inside, got beaten mercilessly by friends and acquaintances, and then they would have bothered to bring the cocktail glass back out and put it in the snow in pieces? It's ludicrous. That's a damning,
And then
damning piece of evidence.
later on, embed the glass into her bumper as well.
Yep. And
Yep.
not only did they bring out, this is a minor detail, but it's always kind of stuck with me. Not only did they bring out the glass, but the black straw that went with the glass
Right.
that was found there too. So I mean, it's just why would they bring that out? It just seems strange. But Jen, what did you think though about that? I'm just curious from an FBI perspective about using. Is that a good technique? Is it creative? Or is it a bad idea? Does that disturb evidence? I mean, it looked pretty interesting using the leaf blower.
Honestly, it bothers me a little bit, to be honest with you. I see why they did it that way. It was freezing conditions, and the state of that whole scene could have been kept intact. Obviously, they would have had to have a Canton officer watch over it, that nobody messed with that crime scene. But from my view, I would have wanted the local department to rope everything off, stop and wait for an evidence response team to come there and properly document, properly sketch, properly just look at every piece of evidence, not only in the 6 by 6 foot area that they were looking at, but well outside of that, because hit by a vehicle would have caused various parts that were on him, various parts of the vehicle to scatter. And so that's my only, again, it doesn't interfere with the evidence. It's a technique, though, that personally I found new.
I thought it was clever. Honestly, I thought it was a clever way to get that snow off without disturbing the potential evidence underneath. And it seems like they documented their search, if you want to call that a search, their efforts. They documented them pretty thoroughly, right? There were other officers that were observing this. It was on camera. There was a report written. They did try to rope off the scene the best they could. They did watch the scene all day until the CERT team got there. And also another thing that, this screaming about Brian Albert coming out of his house. Now we're hearing from an officer on scene. Nobody came out of their houses, which I knew, we knew, but, I don't think this is good for Karen at all. Yeah.
I kind of agree with Kate on this too. And the thing is, and I totally, get like the risk of putting a leaf blower there and moving around evidence, but because they couldn't get a tent up and there was still another foot of snow to fall, you would have lost that blood evidence. And now we know, because of the way they did it and documented it with a camera, we get to see that spray pattern, which I think is pretty impactful.
Yeah, I love seeing the spray pattern. I love, of course, that they took initial photographs and that they recorded what they did in terms of writing. I'm just saying, from somebody who would come in at times after, to conduct the ERT portion, the evidence recovery portion, when I was assigned to do that, we just, in the Bureau, how we do things is we just tape it all off, everybody watches, and then the evidence response team members come in and have their areas of responsibility that they're responsible for. So I think it's that piece of training that this is just not necessarily falls in line with. But I'll tell you what, I was trying to think back if I've ever had a case in a blizzard. I worked in Denver. I was trying to think when I was in Denver. I don't think I've ever had a case other than arrests and things like that in a full-on blizzard like this. So, this was difficult. This is as hard as it gets. And those stills did not capture the snowfall, but all of these videos we've been seeing have. And I'm glad the jury can see how difficult the visibility is.
Right.
I thought it was interesting too that the big part of the defense strategy is to say that the police were trying to steer everything away from the Albert House, but there's Gallagher there taking pictures of the house, the driveway. Didn't seem to be trying to take any effort, distract from the house there. He was doing his job. I don't know.
No, I mean, obviously their investigation has been grossly mischaracterized, which is why, when I've been listening to people over the last year, oh, the investigation was shoddy, it was botched. We don't know that. And I think that today's a good example of that. It doesn't look like that to me. It looks very thorough and well documented, right? They got a lot of evidence. I mean, just the fact, again, that the state is going to take 4 to 6 weeks, and the defense is saying they're only going to take about 2. They have a lot of evidence to present. They're taking double the time that the defense is. I think that the investigation has been unfairly mischaracterized because that benefits Karen. We know. It's not even that I think. I know that Karen's at the top of this. And they've just been looking for little things that they can nitpick to make these cops look incompetent. And she tells people, and then people tell other people. And here we are today. We've got idiots like Pink Lady in the chat that are saying that it wasn't a blizzard, even though we've heard several days of testimony now where everybody agrees it was a blizzard.
Yeah, there's no disputing that. And you can even hear on the 911 call just how windy it was. And that's the main component of a blizzard is actually the wind. But yeah.
Right. And you saw the flag blowing. I mean, this was, I don't know how many miles an hour, we can look it up, but these are extreme winds and extreme wind changes. And you know how we know that also? The drifting. I mean, if you had 4 to 6 inches, depending on who's testifying, most people said 6. The lieutenant said at least 4. And you can see it there with your own eyes. And think about the depth of a person laying supine on the ground, and then with the drifting that occurred around him, so difficult to see him. And I think jurors are going to catch on to that when testimony comes forward from Kerry and Jim McCabe. Hey, we didn't see him, but Karen saw him.
Did you guys see any tire tracks near that little area they dug out with a curb?
I did not, and I was looking for those. I think, one point I really wanted to make, Kevin, is when you arrive on a scene after, individual civilians are there and after EMS people arrive, it can never be a pristine crime scene, right? Because they trample it. And people just have to understand that's the reality. But the Canton police did exactly what they should do, is document from that moment that they could, because way more important than snapping photos for EMS workers is trying to save John's life.
Right. And of course, at the time of the accident at 12:30, there was little or no snow on the ground. And then it was, by the time those videos were taken, it was covered by several inches. So it probably would have covered up. We wouldn't see it in those videos. Any tracks would probably be in the mud or in the grass, or if she left the road. I don't know that the vehicle did.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we're behind though today on that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin. I did want to piggyback off on what Kate said. And that is, and I love that word, a gross mischaracterization of this investigation. That's what I've said from the beginning. No investigation is perfect like you want to see on television or like you might imagine if you're a screenplay writer. Nothing is perfect. This is the reality of law enforcement and EMS and how you come upon a scene. And for these conditions, I think they did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect investigation. So,
Trying to minimize the fan.
oh, I thought we were coming. I was like, has it
The
been
fan
10
is
minutes
putting me to
already?
sleep. I don't know which one of these buttons will do it, but
I think you got it minimized now.
all right, we'll just have to go back to it. Good.
I think it's also very interesting, and it's more than I've seen. It's a little bit more. It's unusual, all these sidebars that are being called. And she realizes how unusual it is. And she points out, listen, it's so important I protect the record, because she does not want to have this come back down after some sort of appeal. So I love the painstaking measures she is taking to make sure that appropriate questions are being asked when they should be asked. Most of the time, the reality is you put up that film, and as an officer, you sit there and you look up at it and you narrate. Okay, this is what we were doing. This is what we found. And she's not even allowing that because she doesn't want it to come back as to some sort of filibuster. There was no question asked and answered. So she's making it clear, Lally, listen, just keep asking questions. What was that you saw? What was your next step? Trying to protect the record. So just from somebody on that side of things, I appreciate the painstaking effort she's making to do that. I wanted to talk. Can I ask you a question, y'all? On these, how they opened it up with this dramatic Yannetti, this dramatic, they were more than acquaintances. And I'd love to hear from each of you, but I was literally trying to think back, and I know she's younger, but it wouldn't have mattered when you asked me whether it was 10 years early or not. People that I know from high school, and then even people say 7 years ago, say there was a picture of me at some sort of bridal shower, a baby shower, in a hot tub. How many times I was thinking that people are photographed with lots of different acquaintances they have, where you might even give them a hug or whatever and never see them again for 7 years. Right. Because it's not that the word friend just to me means, it means a lot more than they're trying to say here. A friend is somebody you communicate with all the time. You share your life with. They share their life with you. You talk and intersect with them on a weekly basis. Not 7-year hiatus. It's really sad what's happening.
I think it's a subjective term too. I think that two people can, be in a relationship, and I don't mean that in the romantic sense, but just any sort of social relationship, and they can view it two different ways, right? So I think, when Katie's saying, hey, we weren't that close, just acquaintances, that's her perception on it. There's nothing that really challenges that. Again, I'm just kind of shocked that these people are going nuts, and even the defense is trying to scream perjury. They found 10 photos over the course of 14 years. That is, my goodness. My goodness.
And how can you define the difference between acquaintance and close friend? There's no way. So there's not even a chance at perjury here. It's going to come down to credibility. If the jury thinks her credibility is diminished because she minimized it, but there's nothing even close to perjury.
Right.
I do wish the prosecution would have tried to, and I know she said she couldn't remember when those photos are, and maybe we understand more now why, because she was in this friend group at different occasions at different times. And so she didn't know precisely when those were from. But I really wish there were some way, and I know they weren't shown, but I wish there was some way to dial in on this huge hiatus, because, Yannetti and Jackson are trying to say, see, they've been involved with each other for years. And it's, I don't know that it's being pointed out the opposite. Yeah, they first met each other in high school, but the last association was how many years? I didn't find that very clear in her testimony. Did you?
No, I mean, I don't think that even on the cross, they weren't really trying to get at that. They were trying to get her to say, yes, we are friends, so they could later go, look, she helped her friends cover up a murder, which is, I wish that question had been asked. Like, are these people close enough to you that you would risk your job? Risk your credibility, risk your freedom? Because I think it's pretty clear that the answer is no there. It's all smoke and mirrors. I think it's a distraction defense, right? It does not really matter.
The most suspect part of her testimony, the jury didn't see, because that was during the voir dire, right? So that's when she started out saying, I knew a girl named Caitlin Albert.
Right.
So it's not going to be a factor. I do think that she was not properly prepared by the prosecution, because we've seen these
Right.
photos for a year. We knew they were going to come after her, and just instruct her that this is what they're going to do, and just be honest. Just come out and say, yes, I knew her. She was in the group of people I hung out with in high school. I have no real contact with her since, or limited contact. She's not a close friend, and that's it. And let it. She wasn't properly prepared. A lot of aspects of the way the prosecution has conducted this case does trouble me, but I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, I can tell you that at least on the upside of this, no one looks, because they look so ill prepared, it doesn't look like anybody has been coached or is
Yeah.
making testimony or been told to sound just alike. So that's the upside. But
Yeah.
just from a behind the scenes look, I can tell you the normal process is the prosecutor, through their agent or through an officer, will contact that witness and say, listen, you're coming in, or we need you to come in at such and such a time on such and such a date, and we are going to go over your testimony. And then witness folders are prepared, usually by the case agent. In this case, I would think by somebody supporting the prosecution team that has every ounce of information surrounding what could be their testimony, what the defense might have, certainly photos, everything. So then you sit down at the table with the prosecutor, and not with a lackey, but with Lally. In other words, you have to sit down with the prosecutor that's going to ask you the questions. It looks like this was never done. And you literally go through page by page. What's this from? What's this from? They might ask you about this. They might ask you about this. I'm going to ask you about this. So it's not that you're changing anything or instructing anything. It's an educational opportunity where that person doesn't get struck with seeing photos for the first time in 7 years on the stand under oath, where they're trying to remember and think about everything, and might come off either unprepared, like they don't care, or like they're not being truthful.
I mean,
I think
regardless. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Kate.
Regardless, none of this really matters. And I think that, like, the way that Lally seems to be prosecuting this case from even before the trial really is methodically sticking to just the evidence, the hard evidence, right? So regardless of whether or not Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin are actually the best friends in the world, and they're watching this together right now holding hands, right? There's still a cocktail glass that they leaf blowed out from the snow that he was last seen carrying in his right hand, the same arm that has all the injuries, covered in blood, that's embedded into Karen Reed's taillight. So all these purported personal relationships don't change that. They don't change that Katie McLaughlin was one of, I think, 5 people that all heard Karen make these statements, right? So if they can try to cull a plausible reason for Katie McLaughlin to lie about this, which I don't think that they have, but even if they have, why are all the other people lying? Can't answer that. And we're back.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
And again, okay, it may be better with the lights on, Mr. Officer. maybe a little bit, if we could please put the lights back on. Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this particular pause of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple of people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Trooper Proctor?
That's correct.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle, or did you observe around the vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
But just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 a.m. That's fine. Just a little bit back. Right there. If you could just hit play. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the garage at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt, walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminals?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the tail light, passenger side tail light, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, if not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m. If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 to 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools. Here he comes. He places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the sally port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the tail light.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press it. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it. Lieutenant, with respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes,
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
yes,
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, has been found, correct?
that is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day of February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them doing that day?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike the, I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He
Saw.
he believed.
Sustain. I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
So this should hopefully end the mystery of Brian Wanless. Sean McDonough, Sean on the Gulf, was telling me all the way back last summer and sending pictures. The theory was that, and obviously it was Karen that was working through Sean, but the idea was that Wanless helped the conspirators. And they ran it like a pit stop at back at about 5:30 or 6 o'clock at the night of the 29th. And that Wanless helped them remove this vehicle and was so nervous about it, he left this big scratch inside the and then there was about chain of custody issues, but everything clearly was well documented here by the police, both in video and it was managed by the chem team.
Right.
And the cars team.
And so, just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
A formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lally.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene?
No, sir.
which would include the blood stains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Okay. I never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department.
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Buknik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No,
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
no, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th.
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, I showed him. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes,
Right. So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size. No.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. Any investigation, the details matter.
Sure they do.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of a drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that Instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes,
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that,
yes,
but you didn't employ that technique here.
no,
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
sure, yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was, yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess,
Yes,
right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
no,
Why not?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes,
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
yes,
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
that's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time,
That is correct.
which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Kelleher, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
Okay. But you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area,
Correct.
snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do? If you can name the categories, what exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure, I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lake, no issue at all.
Not in your mind.
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
I personally think this guy's doing great. And if Lank holds up at all as being credible and respectable the way all of the other first responders and police have, I don't really understand how they can possibly have a case here to make these guys look in any way suspicious or shady. Or, I mean, it's just, he's holding up so well. This guy is just clearly credible. What do you think?
Yeah,
Kate?
I agree. And you know what? If you listen to the reaction of the courtroom when he threw that zinger at Alan Jackson, I think that kind of, maybe the jury's feeling a certain way about the defense right now too, you know? Because that was a lot of laughter. That was a lot of laughter.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Look at
Karen's gonna want her money back. That was a pretty big flub by Jackson setting that up.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
right.
Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders had, the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No,
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
that's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lank that Sergeant Lank did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned a tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes,
about your interview?
yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Just take a look at that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see any. I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right. And if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Kenton PD? From 34 Fairview to Kenton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
That's my next question is certainly Kenton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop
Correct.
it out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
But
Yes.
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Camp Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups,
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure. Sergeant Lank,
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By your, I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, Lieutenant.
Of course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Just have to show you a document and see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I needed. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally? I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework.
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I'm not. I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which Solo cup?
I did not.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, a portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did.
Plastic material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No,
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
no, no,
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
is,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never asked.
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Was your assessment that the recusal should take place?
Yes, it was.
And he agreed?
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lank was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Were you and Sergeant Lank well, let me ask this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lank had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lank
Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston. things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day,
Never socialized with him?
no. Not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Okay.
I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Kenton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes,
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes,
And I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
there were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
He was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. His habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the Sally Port?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
All right, got it. Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
See if Kate's here. Hey, Jen, what do you think about all that so far?
Oh my gosh, I love to see a seasoned officer. This is good to see a seasoned officer on the stand, kind of retorting back. I love the touche comment. Yes, they use solo cups. Yes, should they have used cups that are considered evidence cups? He explained why he didn't. I thought that was a pretty good explanation. If they were in a sealed bag, the chances that other blood would have been in a sealed up solo bag is pretty much 0, I believe. Is this going to really have much to do with the investigation? No, it's going to be John O'Keefe's blood, I'm quite certain. And I don't know why the defense really even cares about that, other than they're just trying to show that it wasn't collected within normal parameters.
Why do you think that he collected that blood, Jen?
Again, I have to say, and I said it a little earlier, all of this was done. Remember when I said earlier that, listen, normally the local departments will seal everything off and wait for an evidence response team to come in and do what they do best. And literally, that's all those teams do, is collect evidence. And it's for this very reason, right? They're going to have all the equipment to be able to collect appropriately. I think he wanted to collect it to show whose blood was there in the snow. And he
like
was,
you wouldn't, sorry, but I did look into this too. Normally at a hit and run accident, you don't collect blood. Why would you? You got all the blood you want inside the body. So but this hasn't come out in the questioning, so I'm not sure if this is actually was what his reason is, but you don't know. I don't know what you think about that, Kate. To me, the only reason they collected blood was in case it was someone else's, right?
I think just in general, with the weather conditions that day, they started snow blowing. They found the blood. They wanted to preserve the blood because who knows when the CERT team's going to get there, right?
Right.
So I think they improvised, and I mean, it was in a sealed evidence bag. They just did. I think what the defense is trying to do here is forensic evidence is hard to surmount, right? So they're going to do whatever they can to try to sow some seeds of doubt. Was that really John's blood? I don't think it's going to work.
Right.
I'm glad they collected it, even though they did it in the solo cups, because now it can't be said that it was, Brian Albert's bleeding knuckles or somebody else's blood.
I'm sure that Karen and her defense wish that it had not been collected, if we're being honest here. I think that would have been ideal for them. In lieu of that, the fact that they did collect it, now they're just trying to diminish that evidence as much as possible. This is the sort of stuff that I don't hold against Karen and her defense either, because that is a defense attorney's job.
Sure.
And you want police to be adaptive. Like, you're trained to do things a certain way, but you're in different conditions. You're in a blizzard where the snow is still accumulating. So, just as we talked about before with the leaf blowing thing, that's not ideal because you're moving around evidence with the wind. But we can see because they filmed it that they created something of really big evidentiary value that wouldn't have been there if they didn't do that.
That is the only area, Kevin. So I might have to, again, I might have to disagree there because it wasn't going anywhere. I mean, I agree that snow was drifting as it was coming, down, but that was frozen solid. They said 20 something degrees. And I think that blood was going to be frozen into that snow, no matter whether they used that snow blower or not. But nevertheless, I'm just glad that it was collected because now there's no doubt that the only blood there, I believe, that's going to be testified to is only John O'Keefe's.
Right. Right.
I did want to circle back to something Kate had said earlier, the last time we were all on, just half an hour ago or so. And that was talking about focusing in on the facts, right? So the prosecution just wants to lead us, listen, fact A, B, C. Don't get distracted with all the noise. Meanwhile, the defense wants to get distracted with all the noise because they hate the facts. Whenever you have a case like this that has overwhelmingly strong facts on the side of either side, but in this case, on the prosecution side, which the prosecution has, the defense has no other strategy. You notice they're not going after any true facts. They're going after the collectors or the presenters of the evidence. In other words, right, the people testifying, that's what they're going after, not what they said. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Distracting with hot tub pictures from 10 years ago. Hopefully the jury sees through it.
Right.
Is there an impact of having these cops who seem so credible and a little bit feisty? If they're in front of a Massachusetts jury and you have an outsider, an Alan Jackson in there that's really trying to badger him, and these guys are just standing up to him, does that dynamic come into play at all with the jury, you guys think?
I think it does. There were a lot of responses that I saw, at least on my feed, about how terrible it is that these, officers that have devoted, in this case, 33 years to law enforcement, these EMTs that have devoted over a decade to saving people's lives and to being first responders are just being badgered to the point that they, in some cases, have given up. I am glad to see this feistiness. And like you said, it's their fellow Massachusetts. And if I found out anything when I was up there from everyone I met with, there is a pride, there is a sense of strong community, and it's definitely, they look out for each other. That's why I think it's so interesting. This case has really divided, the city in this way. What do you think? You guys are the Massachusetts people.
I felt kind of proud, because you were this, and I myself have said that a lot of times it seems like some of this case was botched, but I felt kind of proud that these guys seem like good, competent police officers.
I think he's making Alan Jackson look like an absolute clown. I don't think
That's another way of saying it.
I've never heard a defense attorney on cross say touche. Yeah, and like I said, when Gallagher responds to Jackson and says, "Well, if Lally told me this, then I would believe it," the courtroom erupted into laughter, which is not a great sign for Jackson, because it's sort of like that chuckling, like we're all acknowledging here that Alan Jackson is an unrepentant liar, which he is and has a long history of being one. So they should not be bringing that into the jury, but I can say it.
That's right. I mean, that jury, people are either liking him right now or despising him. I think he's a very polarizing figure. I really do. His whole demeanor, how he words everything, the way he badgers. He doesn't badger in a way that's asking over and over. He badgers in a way that is almost humiliating, like they're idiots. Condescending is what he is. I mean, his whole air is condescending. I have a question for you guys in regard to Karen Reed. I would love to put up a picture, and I don't know if we could do this on break. Day one, entering the courthouse, and now, today, starting at week 2.
Do you
I
have
just
those
wanna-
pictures or?
She
I-
looked so different. I don't know if you guys see where I'm going here,
Right.
but
Yeah.
she looks so worn. Like when she used to come in, in the hearings and pretrial and even day one, I mean, I made a comment. It looked like she was going to a fashion show, all smiles, waving to the crowd, getting out of the, $100,000 expedition. I happened to be there that day, right? It's amazing. And then now I see her, it seems overnight, so much more haggard. Does anybody see that? Or is that me?
Here's one from Friday that really shows her and her defense team. Little video.
Yeah, I think the circles under the eyes, I don't know. It didn't look like the Karen Reed we've seen in the past lately.
Yeah.
Kevin, I did just want to address a comment in your chat from Nancy Hughes, because it's a fair question. She's asking for proof that Alan Jackson has a history of being a liar. So we need to go back to when he was the district attorney in LA. And this is probably one of the worst things that he's done. He lied to the victim's family in a death penalty case. He violated Marcy's law, which is the victim protection law out there. And he reduced a death penalty case down to 6 years. So you can go back to magazine articles at the time, and I actually, hold on, let me open this in a different browser so we can see this. This is a graphic that was from, I believe this was in the 90s. Hold on.
And we could definitely see just in this case that he continually walks up to the edge of lying, like talking about the non-human hair, and that's clearly not what that test said. They just didn't get enough DNA. So, but to create that deception, yeah, it's, do I have to, let's see, let me put this in for you.
Right.
Okay.
There we go.
Right. So long history of this is my point here. Certainly not really helping his credibility now.
He's, I think, definitely, he's doing a good job in terms of researching the different issues that can be brought up. He's not lazy. A lot of attorneys, defense attorneys, don't even know the ammunition they have. He certainly knows the ammunition, and they've done a good job of figuring out how to try to discredit. But I think what happens is he pushes it so far that he just becomes a snake oil salesman. I mean, that's how he comes off to me. I didn't really know until now, listening to his style, other than at the hearings. I've never heard of him, in other words, in previous cases of somebody he's represented. What is your opinion?
I think he definitely comes across like a game show host, like you said, like a used car salesman. I mean, and I don't think the jury's going to appreciate it. I think it's fine if you're actually really exposing lack of credibility on the part of a witness, but those witnesses were not like that at all, and so it comes across as though he's really trying to force something to show that these guys just were not diligent in the way they did the job, or were not honest, and it's not working.
Well, that's why I put the comment on Karen, because I'm wondering if, sooner or later, a person who has done something bad, sooner or later, listening to the brother, to Paul, listening to Ellen, listening to all of these people, and maybe it's starting to roost that, wow, what if I'm convicted? That's the facial changes I'm seeing. That's just me. That's my view.
That was exactly the comment I made in chat last Friday while watching. And I don't usually get into trying to go too much with facial expressions, because I know the defendant is going to be coached in that to a certain degree. But it just struck me, just even at a human level, despite all the bad things that she's done, that's what it looked to me last Friday, like it was sinking in for the first time what her future might be. And I mentioned that in chat, and some people got mad at me for doing it, but I agree with you. That's exactly what I'm seeing on her face now.
I mean, yeah, and rightfully so. At this point, they haven't really done an effective job at poking holes in any of this, right? Again,
Right.
you're going to attack Katie McLaughlin, but you're ignoring the 4 to 5 other people who are cooperating that they also heard the statements. And we haven't even gotten to what she said on national television. So,
Right. Well,
And
Lank should be interesting.
It is disappointing. Oh, we're starting.
Thank you. Goes back in session. Maybe see
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lank collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence. Yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
So you could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure. Yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
One
of
and
the
the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that, so it's
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief, agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
There's nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will step. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight in some way, shape, form, or fashion was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that
Mhm.
light was broken even more.
No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs first time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No,
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence? Yes. Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It's was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't. I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD. Why
That's
would
correct.
you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant,
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Deputy Chief.
but I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
Thank you. That's fine.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
Make sure I have it. I'm sure if there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, I might be able to use this. Yes. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been. marked.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed.
I believe it is.
Okay. Let's take a look at the, excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay. That does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct,
Certainly not sterile,
correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do
You know
not
where
recall.
Sergeant Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39. Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes,
And next item, please. And this appears to be evidence item 41, I'm sorry, 40. You see the same white rag
yes,
and you see the same evidence bag, I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
correct,
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay, let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes,
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
it's a Kubota. Yes,
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
yes,
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to well, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets does the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a tail light, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the tail light in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. It wasn't going to be a cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay.
Very briefly, you said that no one put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And
Correct.
ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Camp?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Camp?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Camp, please?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift. And when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up when if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the phone?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously, we would handle it. But if it's fire medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th. At some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Hicks?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have what, if anything, does he do for work with you?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police Station?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody, but he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually, could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. If Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see.
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what if anything do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So would that be on a midnight shift? It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to the Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had 2. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody? She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Tom will seek to introduce in the minutes.
No objection.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't touch anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to come and we'll be on foot, so. No. I think he probably arrived and tapped at his own house, I don't know, but. Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live? He lives on Meadow, down Pleasant. He lives on Meadow, on Pleasant? Okay, and where, so back home, you said his girlfriend? With his girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left. And it's like because he got home at some point and he never did. Yeah. And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously he came home. And he has custody of his niece and nephew from this hair specialist. Okay. And so she knows with the niece and nephew, when they're old enough to be home. It's just she nervous because she never even probably. Yeah. So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so probably you're in hospital, so you'll be having. I personally think he probably. Someone probably picked him up in the back. I don't know. Yeah, wait, did he drive last night? No. No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, you know, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, you know, he's been at home last night, and see this comment, sometimes we'll have with him. No, that's why. That's yeah. She did tell me, that's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the other hospital, I said, call Kansas police just to make sure, you know, if they don't want to get it, not complete stuff with anyone, that's people, if anybody puts it or not. Yeah. Okay. Apparently, I was going to tie myself. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck in it. But we haven't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. You know, all righty. All right, well, thank you. All right, no problem. Good luck. Okay. See you. Bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kerry Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, so as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canby police station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04 a.m.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
I don't even know this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll see you to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, please just put my whatever to. Yes, I need someone from the third floor, can, third floor, you know, getting that, there's a man tapped out in the snow. You can't pull up, because you can't push, so you connected to know, okay? Yeah, no, right. It's just an house, that's that line. I think he's like, looking at that area, so she's. It's that line, that's what it is. Okay. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Harry. 911, where's it? Immediately, and started to get you know, can't do that. What's going on? There's a guy on the truck in the snow. In the snow, 34? Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up the mountain. Okay, 34 p.m. you can't now, yes. 911, I'm reporting for emergency. Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34? Yes, you wrote it, Ethan. 34 Fairview? Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive in the snow. Okay, he's right there, okay. Okay, what's going on today, right now? We just stepped him over. Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone really? It's girlfriend, yeah, so he's. Okay, how old is he? John is 46 years old. 46, how long have you been outside? I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he carrying? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be heat and that's all. Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have the fire department going, they just give it. Is he breathing, guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing. Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it? Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone. Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so? No, I think he's passed away. Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you and, if any changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset? I'm there. I know, Mama told me to do this. I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off somebody. Kelly, you gotta get off the head. You know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved? I'm talking hours about me, and I okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head up? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, bleeding from the face. Now, take the pill for
If I could ask you just to back that up about
Okay.
10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the full blood if there is any. Something coming out of the one of the women is doing CPR. Okay, one moment. Is doing CPR? Yes. All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back when you come to response, right? But we're on the way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatching?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to third floor of Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you traveled down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why then?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, I may approach.
Yes.
Dever, D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for Masshole Report, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve you?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, and they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash out. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
My God.
Just watching her face.
The face
I mean,
of evil.
It was
That's-
stunning to
cool.
me. It was stunning to me when they were playing those calls and the camera panned to the families, and I think everybody in the
So
Look at
families.
the look on her
We'll
face right now, the eye
have,
rolling and shit. What a piece of shit.
Lieutenant Ray here,
I'm sorry,
in
this is your
case we can
channel.
get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and
No,
just
no.
with reference, I do have a number of other
We're s-
witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lank?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray,
Yes.
and that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court.
Well, that
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
All right, to the court, please.
You are muted.
Yeah, I was just saying when that moment when they were playing the calls and all the families were crying, and I found it moving too. I've got a little bit of water, and you're watching it, and then the camera pans down to Karen, and she's just stone faced, listening to a scene that she was hysterical at. I mean, I don't know, it's just kind of stunning.
How can you just, she's, there's something wrong with that girl. There's something wrong with
Yeah.
that girl.
Yeah,
I hope.
I don't know.
I'm
Well,
so
I need
sorry.
lunch real bad myself. You want to add anything before I go?
No. I'm with you there. All right, we'll break for lunch.
Okay. All right. We'll see everybody at 2:00. Hey guys, I'm back with my special guest, the Ceiling Fan. Mr. Ceiling Fan, what do you have to say? Guys, I hope you had a chance to get something to eat and have a good lunch. There was a lot of emotional and compelling moments in that. Let me just grab my notes. Like I said before we cut to the break, to me, it was a really big moment. It didn't mean anything, but just the impact of listening to those 911 calls and then the camera pans over to the family and they're all crying, particularly Erin O'Keefe. And then the camera lowers and Karen's just sitting there stone faced. This is after listening to all those calls and listening to calls that show her being hysterical and seeing her boyfriend unbreathing at the scene. But that didn't move her at all. I'm not saying that necessarily means anything. We all react differently to different things, but just not only stone faced, but just angry looking, you know? We will ban that comment. Yeah, the first ban of the day. There we go. Don't come in here and be rude. There's no need for that. Don't insult the guests. And don't insult me because I don't need it. It's not that it bothers me. Why would I put up with it? Smitty, she's listened to it 1,000 times. Why would she listen to that 1,000 times? Okay. She's in court in a small setting, surrounded by all these people, and they're all hearing it and they're all reacting to it, and she's not. All right. There's nothing ridiculous in pointing that out. Now we can wonder what exactly it means, but it's certainly not ridiculous to point it out, Smitty. So, all right. I thought the police held up really, really well. And it was kind of entertaining to watch Gallagher really kind of dominate, or at least he didn't allow Alan Jackson to try to dominate and use his word trickery with him. I thought that was pretty impressive. So Sean is trying to post, I guess, that Gallagher lied because talking about the cocktail glass not coming from knowing that it came from the bar. That's not a lie. You're piecing, you don't know exactly when you piece things together. But by the time Gallagher was there, I think that he knew that they had been to the bar the night before. So, neither Jackson nor Lally really explored that and dug into it too much. But I think it was clear that they had talked to enough people and said that this is where Karen and John had come from the bar, and that's where the glass came from. So it's not a lie, Sean. Jesus, you want to talk about lies? Just consider almost everything you've said for the last 10 months. This is just spread harmful lies that get disproven all the time, and yet you show no remorse and keep telling them. I don't want to say that Sean is not a decent person, but what I can say is that he's acting in a way that decent people do not. He's doing things that are indecent. And he knows it. He knows it. And you can see it on his face. And I think there's going to come a point where he went to parochial schools, I believe, and his conscience absolutely has to be eating him up. And was it worth it just to try to get a shot on whatever you were trying to do, get on TV or get in articles or whatever? Eric Steele, you're jumping way, way too, all right. Collecting evidence in a solo cup equals reasonable doubt? No effing way. Oh my God. If you want to question the wisdom of that, great, yes. And if you want to question any of the evidence that was based on that, I'm with you. All right. And so is it possible that having that bag sitting there in the garage, the Sally port, could that have somehow contaminated what went on the vehicle, the DNA that was later collected on the vehicle? Okay, I'll listen to what scientists say on that. Reasonable doubt? No effing way. No way. No police investigation is perfect. And these had extremely difficult circumstances because of the blizzard. And so you have police that are trying to adapt and trying to do their job. So I think even just looking at, for instance, the leaf blower thing, normally that's probably not something you want to do. And I'm sure supervisors are probably saying, don't try that again. But actually, I think in this case, it preserved evidence in a way that could not have been because they combined it with the video. So I disagree with Jen Coffenaffer on that because it's not like that stuff was going to be locked in the snow like fossils locked in the granite, and and archaeologists are gonna come in there and just slowly brush away the layers, and you're gonna know exactly where that blood was, because you don't snow even in below temperature weather. Once snow gets compressed, there's a certain degree of melting that might go underneath, and then so it's just what they did preserved it very well, and you were able to not only get the blood samples, but very importantly, because they filmed it, see the pattern, see the spray pattern. I don't think they would have had that. That to me was the most important. I think the learning that the blood was John's is not that important. Yeah, I guess in theory, now it prevents the defense from saying that could have been someone who assaulted him at the scene or something like that. So in theory, that was that. But I think the main thing we got out of that evidence was the spray pattern. Look, Kate's back, so let me bring her on. Hi, Kate.
Hi.
Did you have some lunch?
I actually did some laundry, so never ends. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still like just flabbergasted by her behavior in court.
Eric thinks that using the Stop and Shop bag adds up to reasonable doubt, or he's questioning that, I should say. He's asking whether that does. And I'm trying to say, like, you can question whether that contaminated some of the evidence, but that's no way does that, with all the other evidence that has come and is going to come, that one thing certainly does not add up to reasonable doubt.
No, not at this point. No, again, they're poking holes where they can. They don't have a lot of opportunities, and it's kind of weak, particularly because these actions that they're questioning were not done arbitrarily. This was a very unusual crime scene. Right.
So I got a little more, it seems like just getting through the testimony here, a little more clarity that wasn't really brought out fully on the role of the state police. Because my understanding, so in an unattended death investigation, the state police automatically take over, right? So all this discussion of being conflicted out confused me a little bit. But I guess where it comes in is, yes, the state police take over, but the local police still assist. So where the conflicted out aspect comes is that would limit their assisting, I guess.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It sounds like it was in an abundance of caution due to the appearance. Regardless, they were not going to stay on the case because it's not their jurisdiction once it's unattended death or murder, right?
Mm-hmm. I want to put out a shout out for help. Maybe you can get this, Kate, but I really want to get transcripts of those calls. I couldn't understand very little of it. The 911 calls.
That would be after the fact.
Yeah, after the fact, I know a program that does it, but I don't even know how good it's going to interpret that but we'll see. But if someone has a transcript of that, I'd appreciate it. So we don't have to get a transcript of the whole trial, of the whole day. I think that would. So maybe, can you tell me more about those calls, what you heard, since you maybe heard it better than me?
I mean, I heard Jen McCabe's call better than Carrie's, honestly. And, what struck me too is I know that there's been selective pieces of that call that were released by Karen Reed and her team through Turtle Boy. Mostly just what was picked up on John's voicemail, obviously, because they didn't want to hear the public to hear the entire phone call. But Jen McCabe was not calm, cool, and collected.
Not at all. No, she was very upset.
Yeah, she was very, 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 very flustered and upset. And I mean, I know that on the break, somebody had messaged me and said several things that were very silly that Melanie Little is saying right now. First of all, apparently the feeling is that Jen McCabe should have yelled into the phone, "Officer down," which is not what you should do at all in that situation. Number one, there was not an
No.
officer down. He happened to be a police officer who was incapacitated, but he was not on duty. Therefore, it's not an officer down.
Right,
Second of
right.
all, I really don't like. It was what, like a 4-minute response time from the time she called and the time they showed up in a blizzard.
Yep.
You can yell officer down into the phone, but it's not like the police department's going to activate their teleporter. You know what I mean? Like
Right. Special
it's
things reserved for. No, I've
Right.
made many, because of my job as a bartender and a bar owner, and then just even more recently in my own family, I've made many 911 calls. And
Mhm.
I learned early on, you've got to just get them. You almost have to help them, because a lot of dispatchers aren't even very good, in my experience, to be honest. And you've got to get them just the basic information they need. And it helps if you know what questions they're asked when you've done it before, and then just like, go dispatch, go do it, but you got to just get them that basic information so they can send out the call. You don't want to give them more,
I mean, yeah, I think that all in all, one thing that I noticed though is Carrie Roberts called to look for John. Jen McCabe called the 911. Karen Reed did nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Interesting to me. Very interesting to me that these two women were left to do all this, and Karen Reed was just running around outside.
And was it Kerry that made the call when they were looking for John too? I couldn't quite hear
That was
either.
Carrie calling. It sounds like she was just calling. So, I've done this before. If you have someone who doesn't show up where they're supposed to or something, you don't go straight to, oh my God, they're dead, because that's insane. Right. Unless you hit them with your car and took off and have a reason to believe that they're dead. Right. So the first thing that you would do is call local hospitals, make sure the person wasn't injured or otherwise hurt and ended up in an emergency room. Then you call the police and you make sure that they weren't picked up. And that's pretty much what she was doing. She's saying, hey, he hasn't come home in a few hours. Girlfriend's worried. Have you picked him up and booked him? No, we haven't picked anyone up and booked them.
What time was that call? Was that before she left the house?
Yeah.
A little after 5. So right after they called her and before she left the house. Okay.
Yeah, and I think I anticipate we're going to hear from Carrie Roberts that, right around 5:00, she gets a distraught call from Karen Reed on the other end of the phone, screaming, John is dead, before hanging up on her, and then calling back and being like, I can't find him. I think he got hit by a snowplow. It's snowing. I think he's dead. Right.
Yeah.
And of course, Carrie in the call sounded pretty rational and calm, and because that's a crazy thing to say. There's no reason to believe if you don't see somebody for a few hours that they're dead, unless you've killed them.
Right. Just looking through the comments. Karen said it's my fault. I hit him. He's dead. She never told anyone he was in the house. Police said no reason to think anything else happened to John. Right. So that's talking about. People are still wondering about the probable cause thing. Actually, I know you've investigated that a lot. So talk about the probable cause to go in the house.
Said this from the beginning. I've talked to so many different detectives from so many different departments. The police cannot just enter your house and search it, which is a good thing, right? You don't want the police to just be able to come in like the fucking Gestapo and raid your house. They can't do that. They need to get a warrant. So the police are only going to pursue that warrant if, with their professional training, they can identify probable cause, because they need to write that probable cause down on the warrant and have a judge sign off on it. Didn't happen here. Okay. John was found almost in the roadway. Yes, in their front yard, close to the property line. There was nothing that tied him to that house or even indicated that he was there. So there was no probable cause. And the police recognized that. And going to a judge and trying to get a warrant on something that you do not have probable cause for is in and of itself corrupt as hell. You know what I mean? It's not, you don't exercise your power like that. That's not what you do.
Let me play out a hypothetical. So let's say Lucky was going by at 5:00 and saw John there. And so this is long before anybody discovered him. And he calls the police and police come. Would they have probable cause at that point?
No.
Okay.
What
just all the different
probable cause is who called or anything else. Probable cause is what connects this incident to that house. And proximity, particularly with the roadway right there, is just simply not enough. It's not like they found him buried in the backyard, right?
So if he was If he was halfway to the house to the door, would that be probable cause?
I don't know. I would ask a cop about that. I think it would be closer than where he was found. And also, you know, like he said, nobody put him in the house, not even the girlfriend, right? There was absolutely nothing to connect him to that house. And I think that, you know, as much as people are belly aching, they don't seem to understand that this is a good thing. It is a good thing that the government cannot just come into your home, step into your property and tear your stuff apart. That's good. We want that to be the case.
Right. Yeah, it's just interesting because
Eric Steele is an idiot. He's going to say anywhere on their property would be probable cause, but sir, you are slow and don't understand that, because I have talked to, I'm not exaggerating, dozens of detectives, as well as you just heard testimony from one. There was no probable cause. I talked to lawyers about this even. There was no probable cause to enter that house. Done.
Yeah, look.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, and then next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Sergeant Good, if I could take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you returned to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right.
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fifth, correct?
Yes.
Just come in if you could. Can I take the pause right there? May I approach the window, Sean?
Yes.
It was right there.
So, sir, sorry, there's a point here.
Okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance, and then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People were just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, did you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved with?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each of them.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she give?
So I walked Miss Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far. And
about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
A couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Lieutenant Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her at the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I was stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance of Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And What, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to this?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to this?
Well, once our officer Deva, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned to this?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And then based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is the Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then going to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mullaney fill out?
Officer Mullaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following that?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lang at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lang told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observed those lights go on in the residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that continued throughout the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far. You know.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to in there?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years, who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
If anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in. And
again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened there?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took to still photos.
May I approach?
Yes.
I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower?
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video. You just responded right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layer of snow?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this video.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be.
Yes, sorry. If you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry. Can you
Just play it forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through to about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what if anything you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area. Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed that.
Right here.
Thank you. Ms. Newman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more seconds. Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. First, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We'd had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph, exhibit 28 as well.
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Thank you. May I approach this to
Yes.
lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as, and before you as exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
If I may have just a moment here.
Yes.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which you believe to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sean.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No,
We've never spoken.
no,
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, growing up in Canton and, you know, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton Town Selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes,
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Camp Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you, or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah. We've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is a teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show him one thing. I'll direct him to page 5. Where that line is. Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
sir, And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Do you, may-
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. There's you just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
Okay. But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you,
Sure.
and you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police. And you were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Sergeant Good, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Okay, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork. Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now is no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. And I was involved in none.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnights, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm
Okay.
I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry. What was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling
Oh,
dispatch, correct?
correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
Normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Did he come into the dispatch area?
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have numerous, I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room,
Correct.
but you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No,
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
no,
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
no.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes,
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No,
You didn't know what he had done that night?
absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No,
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes,
It was supposed to get worse.
yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No,
And you don't recall how close you got to him.
no,
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
no. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No,
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
no.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes,
This is just after 6 a.m.
yes,
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
All right, so at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes,
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
sure, yes,
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
no, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. You've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe.
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes,
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch,
I did.
and you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34th Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Oh. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lang.
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Sergeant? Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lenk was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar. Is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or any other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning.
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck, a cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16. Am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue. Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll
Okay.
ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
You play it for another 20, 30 seconds. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just 1 second on this. So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes,
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No,
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No,
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Blank was asking Brian Albert.
Yes,
Did you ever hear Sergeant Blank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Blank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No,
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
yes,
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
yes,
It's a very unique situation, correct?
yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yes.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So you'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course, a scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
You recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items,
Of course.
large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's
Yeah.
particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before
Sure.
submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel. And I just
Thank you.
ask you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're done. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach,
Yes.
this is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
hold on, do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF,
Correct.
and this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
Hopefully this is a quick sidebar, but so we do see that the scene was unattended. We're not sure if anybody was ever posted there during the day. This actually isn't a surprise to me. This is kind of similar to what I'd heard. So is it a problem? Well, for me, the issue was going back to when I first was looking at evidence in this case and the possibility of whether or not there was evidence could have been planted. The problem was not so much that the crime scene was unattended. The problem in terms of a conspiracy theory is that there was no access to Karen's vehicle. And by the time there was access to Karen's vehicle, that crime scene was busy with a news crew and the CERT team was setting up. Now that's my understanding. So we'll see more on those timelines when the news crews, when the CERT team testifies. But otherwise, this is no surprise to me. But is it a problem? Yeah, they should not have left the crime scene unattended. Is it shocking? Well, I mean, it was during a blizzard. They had no reason to suspect anybody might try to plant evidence. So it's slightly sloppy. Otherwise, these guys seem to be good cops that did a very good job. Well, you say no reason, Jules, but there is a reason. The reason might be that they didn't a manpower shortage. The reason might be people need to go home and go to sleep. I'm not saying that's an excuse, but you said there's no reason. That would be the reason that they didn't have someone that could just sit there all day at a crime scene. Now, should they have done that? Yes, but does it really open the door to evidence being planted? To me, the reason it doesn't is because there was just no access to Karen's vehicle. It was at John's house, and it was there until Karen took it with her father and her back to Dighton. That happened, I think, around 10:30 or 11. And then it was in Dighton under ring surveillance all day, sitting in their driveway. So there was just no opportunity to tamper with it before then. It didn't get back and to the Canton Sally Port until sometime after 5. It just wasn't time. But again, in my opinion, it's a problem, but it's not a surprise. It's kind of what we've always known about this scene. In fact, I think even the current chief, who was acting chief at the time, God, it's a woman. I can't remember her name, but I think she even said her one regret was that they didn't secure the crime scene that day completely. So it's not really anything new, and whether it affects the case really depends on how other evidence develops. It's not a problem, Jules, if there was no time to plant evidence there, if there was no access to Karen's vehicle. If there was access to it, let's put it this way, to the degree that there might have been access to Karen's vehicle where someone could have got there and tampered with it, then it becomes a problem. But also, in addition, once you show that taillight was missing pieces, first of all, you can see that pretty clearly at 5 a.m., but you're going to see it much more clearly from the dash cam video at 8:22 a.m. Now, we haven't seen that yet, so we have to kind of withhold a little bit of judgment on that. But we're told when we do see it, it's going to be very clear, and it shows those missing pieces. And we've seen from the earlier video, the direction of the ring video actually at John's house, the direction that the car was parked, the way Carrie and Jen and Karen left it was not facing the garage bay. So that cruiser probably came in at enough an angle to get a very good shot of that taillight. But we'll see. Jules is Jay Smooth. Jules has many guises. This is, again, looking at the family, this is a grueling process. Painful emotionally, but it's just sitting through the trial is very tedious for both families, very difficult.
Trying to do this at sidebar now. Okay, so the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know.
Okay, the jury's being dismissed, but we're still going to have this. I think we still may continue with discussion of. I'm not sure if they'll show the voir dire.
Goodbye.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you. Okay, so the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Is he here?
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, join.
All right, please.
back to session. You may be seated.
Is the witness here?
Please watch your step to the stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Mayor Young?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt, I just need your name.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes,
I'll start over.
Sure.
Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil,
Friendly?
exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing.
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then. Yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers. and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew as a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lopalato, correct?
Yes,
And his brother Alfred.
yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and for all intents and purposes physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lopalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lopalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes,
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
it was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch, and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lopalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lopalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then
Alfredo was released.
so the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later.
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopalato and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me, and now I've got to go to court."
No,
That conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me, and now I've got to defend myself in court"?
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested. Yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer.
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office.
Yes.
And charges were brought against them. I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes. And you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No.
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
Absolutely.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Lank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. So whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers in that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
And that's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
Do you socialize with Brian Albert? Have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert? Just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again.
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
Right, the vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene, then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation, even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion.
I don't know.
And his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lank's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lally is going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to.
So
if they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
Yes.
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapolito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapolito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get their police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd. And the Lopolitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint. And then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
We'd have to get them.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has minutes burned. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving.
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements, all those witnesses then subsequently talk to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise, please.
Okay, I'm just going to get on very briefly here because, Tom has survived the storm down there, so he is still here. I have to go help make dinner and do some errands, and looks like we're done with this anyways. And I will be on Court TV again tonight. For anybody who watches Court TV, me and Nick will be going at each other again in the last segment. Close this here. Okay, guys, so some good back and forth there. I mean, I thought Larry just did a very good job arguing that case right there to not use the story of Lank helping out Chris Albert 22 years ago, but the judge seems to be inclined to allow it. So which is interesting, right? Because it is true that Chris Jackson was not in the house. Chris Albert, and this was a long time ago. So I don't know, but they're going to bring in, which will prolong the trial yet even more. But I think Lally's main point there was that really Officer Lank had minimal impact on this case. So even when he's in the house talking to Brian Albert and his wife, he's there at the same time as Officer Good, or Good, I should say is his name. What time would be? It's officially from 8 to 9, but I think the section with me and Nick will probably be like the last 20 minutes of the show. Link to the Court TV before you end the stream. I don't have a link. You mean what link, T? I don't have a link to anything. Link to just regular Court TV's website, I guess. I don't know. But you can't put links in here anyways. You can't put links in chat, I don't think. So I can leave it open for it. I'm just not sure what you can post. But I guess you could have put a link in and like leave a space inside or something. But you can't link from chat. But you guys can find this on Court TV. Mods can put links in. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Tom, I guess you can put a link in. What should I link to though? I mean, just Court TV or their website? Because it's not, the show isn't up yet or anything, so I don't think there's anything specific. It is kind of a pain to go back and find the reruns of the shows because sometimes they take a couple of days and then sometimes they don't leave them up. So I've done 4 with them, and one of them seems to be gone unless they bring it back at some point. Did they let me do that? Is that a link? Is that a an active link? I don't know. Anyways, so in addition to, as I already said, the crime scene was unsecured. Potentially that's a problem. Blank doesn't seem to have been close at all to Brian Albert. Sounds like even there was a bit of friction there at some point, but nothing major. They were on civil terms, but certainly doesn't sound like he would have been helping Brian Albert out. Maybe fix a speeding ticket, but but not certainly not helping to rig a murder. But like I said, the main thing here, the main issue is not just whether Lank is potentially corrupt or whether Lank potentially knew the Alberts or was friendly to him. The issue is the number of people that it would take to pull off a conspiracy like this. In every single one of them, you're participating in a murder conspiracy. You get caught, you go into jail for something close to life. You're destroying your family. What is the incentive for Officer Goody to do that? Now you want to say he has incentive to look the other way, but this kind of a conspiracy requires active participation by pretty much all of the cops involved. And they'd have no motive to do that. No motive at all. And that's the problem. Same thing with the firefighters. So, look in the other. So when I say there's a difference between active and passive participation. So let's say somebody is drunk and they crash into a parked car and a cop arrives on the scene. And the cop knows the person or knows their family or something like that. Maybe the guy pulls out a name and he says, hey, I'm brothers of so-and-so. Well, what the cop can do is passive resistance. The cop smells the alcohol in his breath, but he doesn't do a breathalyzer. So you can't ever prove that the guy didn't do his job. You can't prove that he smelled the alcohol. He has plausible deniability. So that's passive assistance to a conspiracy. But if you're talking about planting evidence, falsifying reports, turning off cameras, that is not passive. That's active assistance in a murder case, in a frame job. And to do that, you get caught. You're going to jail for a very long time. There's no motive here for any of these people, any of them, any single one of them to have done that. But yet it requires not only one of them, but most of them or many of them to participate in this conspiracy to some degree. And that is why I concluded a long time ago that this conspiracy was impossible. And the testimony that's gone on the last week, including today, has only substantially reinforced my belief that a conspiracy is impossible. There's just no way to have got all these people to buy into it. The evidence is too detailed. The task by the defense team is a Mount Everest. On paper, it starts out as they're looking at this, say, a year and a half ago, and they're finding things that they can exploit, such as the time that Officer Lank helped out Chris Albert 22 years ago, or the fact that Proctor might have a 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon relationship to the Alberts. They found things like that they could exploit, and they thought they could turn that into reasonable doubt. But there's just not, it's impossible because the level of information, the level of evidence is too substantial. It's too much. And you're not going to be able to create reasonable doubt about all of it or even most of it. It's just not going to happen. So I don't really, short of something coming out that actually, like, direct evidence that shows, for instance, that John O'Keefe was inside the house, you're never going to be able to make this conspiracy theory pass to normal people. So, and I don't mean to, I know the word normal sounds loaded, but I mean, seriously, people that can carefully weigh evidence and have listened to all the evidence in the case, you're never going to sell this to them. Never. So, okay, guys. So we'll be back tomorrow streaming, and thank you for being here, and thank you for being civil in chat. Of course, especially thank you to Thomas Fleming for keeping everybody social and friendly in chat. And for those of you that go to Court TV, I think I'm not sure if they have their lives on the YouTube. I really don't know that. So you asked Kevin questions. This wasn't a conspiracy. You mean Kevin Mahoney? I mean, Kevin Mahoney does not believe in the conspiracy at all. So Brian says, let logic determine your opinion. I agree. So even, I'm not sure if Brian agrees with me. If he disagrees with me in this case, okay. As long as you're following evidence and logic and eliminating, we're all working to eliminate our own biases and our own questioning our own early conclusions on the case. If we're all doing that, there's a very good chance we'll for each one of us, we'll get to the truth. Okay, thank you guys. Have a good day. Thank you for being here.